got here because they're nice and white. Normally we have green or yellow and blue,
Most
and
definitely. His white covers. Thanks to Mr. Kishore Williams, and of course Mr. Colin Board working alongside the TTDCA
to
to get this venue ready. And
in
Mr.
fact,
Board invited the team and took on the responsibility to play this ODI here at the Queen's Park Oval, which was originally scheduled for the National Cricket Centre. And he spoke about it. There was a visit of Mr. Brian Lara's home yesterday from the two teams. Thoroughly enjoyed the Indian team in particular. And he was making mention of the fact that they have confirmed that this game would have been moved to the Queen's Park Oval. And one of the advantages of the venue is these new covers risking.
plus the drainage. The drainage here, the oval is among the best in the world that we've seen because as shorter time as possible after rainfall plays almost always possible here at the oval. Of course within limits because if it's pouring rain, then we'll have to wait for it to dry. But if it's dry, like how this is just sort of a sprinkling, not a real heavy downpour, just than anything else. As soon as the covers are taken off, players may be able to come back, and that's a testament to the condition of the ground. Nicely grassed. I think 99% grassed at the moment. Just have one or two bare patches, but even there, you could see there's a lot of grass in and among those little patches, particularly up here at the northern end of the ground, just in front of us here. I don't know if this was a goal mouth area for the football tournaments that normally held here. This area seems to be the area that is having the most problems to get back heavily grass.
Well, this area here, and when the football comes around, the entire ground is because they play at least eight per night. So the hockey sides all around the field. And you're quite right. Here, but I suggest that it's one of the areas where the teams train for the Premiership. The Queen's Park has 4 teams, and they usually do their fitness training on this portion of the ground. Might be a factor in the condition of it.
But whatever. But that is that. Well, we can't see the other side clearly as we could see this side. So from what we've seen, the east and western sides look nicely grassed. No problems there. And in fact, remember, this side was one of the areas that we had considered. I'm happy to see the grass really catch caught back there nicely, and it looks nice and heavily grass. And I suppose as they roll it, and it will present a wonderful picture. By the next set of international played here at the Oval, we should have a pretty good surface on which I've always said that the Oval is one of the best surfaces for fielding that we've had over the years. Like I said, because they play a lot of football and everything else, you might get bumpy years. I think once they roll the wicket, but remember to roll a wicket, it has to be full. It cannot be that as soon as the rain, because you have to put a track onto the surface as well. So you don't want to leave tire marks all over. Then you have another problem. To try to smoothen that. So you have to wait somewhat for it to harden. Then you could put the heavy roller, with the equipment, the machinery on the surface. But I've always enjoyed fielding here at the Oval. And so when players miss the Oval, I get worried. I get very worried because I've always said this is one of the best surfaces, fielding surfaces you could find. Of course, the Brian Lara probably is the best we have now in the country. And even there, when players miss, I scratch my head because I wonder how it is they come there. When I say misfield, I talk about behind with the ball and then missing it. Those are things you practice every day. Because I'm sure when you come to the net, this stage, if you go to the net, apart from picking up the bat, also do a little bit of catching and fielding and what have you. As a cricketer, especially at a level of say international team, that's part of your daily routine. That's what you do. That's what you do every day. You have to catch every day. If you're a bowler, you probably will bowl every day. And if you're a batsman, you want to bat every day. And then you do all the other things. You run in between the wickets. You view tape. You look at your own tape. You look at your opponent's tapes. Whatever it is, you do. But it's all part of the learning process. And one of the things that I like about cricket here at the Oval is that over the years, what I've always found is that there are a number of former cricketers who with frequent the players pavilion, members balcony there. And you could always have a conversation with them. They'll be happy to talk to you and tell you what they're seeing, what you're doing wrong, what you're doing right, what you need to probably work on areas. Just advice. They're just giving you advice. And you can probably do that with somebody, a different person almost every day. Because so many of them, come and they just watch and they look at the cricket and they have, because they've played, they have something that they can offer you. You may not always implement what they're telling you, but what they're telling you may not work for you, but it might work for somebody else that you might be associated with, who they may not be seeing. But you see that person, and if you put it in your memory and you say, look, you could pass it on to them because it might work for them, and so that's how the information gets assimilated throughout.
The next thing in store, I believe, at the Queen's Park Oval after this series is the Brian Davis Cup, which is usually a members tournament, and each team is allowed 4 guest players, as well as each team incorporates some of the juniors from the Queen's Park Club in the under-19 category. 2 of them are allowed to play with each team. So those players would be looking forward to this green outfield and lush outfield and batting out there on these pitches here. But as well, they are allowed to play former national players over a certain age or who haven't played Premiership for a certain number of years. Is that criteria in for players in the tournament? So those players as well can even impart their knowledge to their players out there while they are participating in that Brian Davis Cup. It's a 30-over affair, 30 overs per side.
Can last that long?
Well, I've played in it, and we have struggled most times because you're so locked into a T20 mode. But the Trinidad and Tobago Lawyers team, they've had 2 teams in the tournament, and I don't know if combined but they are the reigning champions here, winners last year, the Trinidad and Tobago Lawyers team. Quite a formidable team. Mr. Stefan Ramkisoon.
And I'm going to joke about the Queen's Park when I went to Antigua. This is Bruce announcing, so this is not me. Bruce is telling me, say, by Russell, we go to Antigua. And we play. So the day they arrived, they kind of explaining to the players, what the itinerary is, reminding them of what this schedule is like. Practice tomorrow, then a game on the following day, then the next day we have another game. So they had like 5 games in about, no, they had 3 games in 6 days. A man asked Bruce, so much cricket. 5 games in about, no, they had 3 games. Bruce said, he man asked me, 6 days. So much cricket.
But it is a cricket tour.
He said, when you didn't come to play cricket, he said, Bruce, that is optional. So much cricket. He just went for the line. So much cricket. So when you didn't come to play cricket,
so usually when I go on tours now, it's just to be scoring in the scorebook, not on the field.
So much cricket. Oh gosh, boy.
Speaking of on the field, it's still drizzling out there. The covers are on out there in the middle in this first game. And remember, the first one was abandoned and due to wet conditions, soggy outfield, etc. at the National Cricket Centre. So much so that the weather across Trinidad and Tobago, that the Premiership season in terms of the 50 overs has been called off due to the inclement weather over the past couple weeks, it has to be said. We do get rain in May, but it's been an abnormal amount of rainfall over the past few weeks.
At least like 2 weeks in a sense. Normally, when we get down to like the end of May into early June is when we
start to get that type of
that type of
rainfall.
rain, but
But
we're
what we're
almost
seeing
2 weeks
now,
earlier than usual. Let me just give you a quick update here. Remember here, we're 5 without loss, 5 overs and 1 ball bowled. That's after India won the toss and inserted Trinidad and Tobago. But in the third and final one-day international between the West Indies and Ireland, it's 385 for 7, the West Indies. So they've even improved on the score that they had in the last game that got rained out. 385 for 7. Again, King made 1, Lewis 14. KC Katu made 100 in that last game, made another 100 here, 170. 15 fours and 8 sixes from 142 balls. Che Hope, 75 from 75 with 9 fours and 2 sixes. Amer Jangu, 22 from 36 with just a 1 6. And Justin Graves, 50 from 23 with 5 fours and 3 sixes. Ford was 12 from 5. Case with 7 from 4 not out. And Muti with 7 not out from 3 balls, 1 6 included in there. So again, extras 27, no balls 4, wides 21, leg bys 2. 385 for 7 from their 50 overs. Alzari Joseph and Jaden Seals didn't get a knock. So another impressive batting display from the West Indies. Now they're probably hoping that the bowlers now can get a chance to go and defend that.
speaking of bowling, Barry McCarthy for Ireland, 10 overs, 100 runs on the board. So there were 2 centurions in that game. He did manage to pick up 3 wickets. And the pick of the bowlers, Josh Little, 7 overs, 34. Did not pick up a wicket, but he's the only one to have a reasonable economy rate of 4.86 and conceding 385 runs. And as you said, Ruskin, 21 wides in that innings. And coming off of such a good bowling display in the first game, and West Indies really dominating with the bat, now putting pressure on Ireland, and so much so that the bowlers have gotten it all wrong, it would seem, in this innings here.
Yeah, for the second innings running, because remember the one that
352
that one got rained out, and here they come again, and the West Indies improved on that. So, and again, Casey Carty leading the way. Another good sign is Hope getting some form, and form. This has been his format. The 50 over format has really been where his kind of bread and butter. He's now kind of focus a little bit more on the T20 format, but it's in the one-day format where he was a real force for the West Indies over the years. But as I say, the money is in the T20 game, so a lot of the cricketers, and you cannot begrudge them that, a lot of the cricketers are focusing there now because that's where they can multiply their income very quickly and put themselves and their families on a good financial footing. And I mean, how often through the years have we said that cricketers have given their lives and they don't have anything to show for it? They have to go back, get jobs, try to,
Exactly. So, yeah. It's a short shelf life for a cricketer, and you have to truncate your entire career over perhaps a 10, and if you're lucky, 15-year period at the international arena. And one thing, I don't know how many people would agree with me, it was good. I thought, I was happy to see Darren Sammy on the boundary edge, sitting in the dugout with the players. And for a 50-over game, you don't usually see the players out in the dugout. They sit more in the pavilion, and the head coach would sit somewhere in the pavilion. He's out there, he's out there with the players. He's backing these guys. He is in it with every single delivery. You see all the emotion on his face through every single delivery, every single wicket, every single run that is being scored by his players out there in the middle. And I think they, bringing Darren Sammy into that format was definitely to bring his influence in terms of what he can bring to the dressing room and build that team spirit amongst the West Indies team. And so far on the tour, they've turned it around after that first game.
Yeah, and it's just different styles. It's different coaching styles. Like you said, another coach would, like you said, just sit. let's just take the one from New Zealand.
There's different coaching
Yeah,
styles.
he
Like you said, another coach
CSK.
like you said,
You know,
just
he would
let's
he
just
would just
take
sit there.
Stephen
Fleming,
Fleming.
you know, he would sit there and would even, would hardly say a word.
And he was
Yes,
touted as one of the best coaches around,
yeah,
including best captains around in his step.
because he does his work,
sit there and
you know,
Yeah,
on the
preparation
field
wise.
preparation, and he just allow the players to go and express themselves, and he doesn't show any emotion. You're not sure if he's happy, if he's sad, or whatever, because his thinking is, I've given them all this information, and we've gone over this in practice. We've done it, we've created scenarios for them, just let them work things out. There's a captain out there, there's a vice captain, there might be some experienced players out there. Let them put their heads together and work it out. Only at maybe a water break, and even sometimes water break, he don't even go out. He send other people, to do it. They look like Ancelotti from Real Madrid. A similar thing. He kind of just sits there. He
Send his interpreter.
yeah, he doesn't really have any real emotion. He just kind of on occasion he would remonstrate a little bit, but
Very
very rarely does he.
for an Italian especially.
Yeah, he's very calm, and again, it's because he's so the process more than anything else. He feels if you go through practice sessions, you do this, and this, you should get these outcomes.
We said goodbye to him though at Real Madrid.
Yep, and I think Alonso is coming in.
Bring his impressive record with him.
The best kept secret in football. Alonso to Real Madrid. Oh, I'm surprised that he's taken the job. The best kept secret in football. As you say, it's the worst kept secret.
Is Ruben off to Liverpool?
Well, that's the other thing too, and this is the worst.
A club that has won,
undefeated, going up there, and look at that's kind of like the merry-go-round with coaches, and that's why these coaches, once they have established themselves at that level, they will always get work, because as soon as there's an opening, look at Clough back in business. I think he's going. Is it Leon? He's going, but he should be back coaching. Very soon.
Next season.
Yep. And
But it's the same with the cricket, right? Brendan McCullum has been across different teams. Philip Simmons has been different teams around the country. Darren Sammy, even in the T20 leagues, he's been from one franchise to another in terms of coaching.
I remember Simmons many years ago, before he came to coach the West Indies. He was telling me, he said, Ruskin, he said, Simmons many years ago, before he came to coach the West Indies, Zimbabwe's batting will be a problem. He said, but they do have a lot of bowling potential, especially young fast bowlers coming through the ranks. And he told me that over 10 years ago. He said they will surprise teams, but because they're so inexperienced, they might have a good game or a good series, and then they might, but once they get to play, at a high level, where they develop that consistency, or they get a coach who can, carry them through the process and let them know what to do under different circumstances. And that's why I always tell people, England is such a good learning experience. And I've always said to Liam, I would much prefer to see him go to England and play, because I think two things will happen with his cricket. One, I would much prefer to see he would probably go to England. It'd be like an eye-opener for him, because under our sort of brazen condition, harsh conditions for bowling, he's going to find lush green fields. He's also going to find responsive wickets. The atmosphere is going to help his swing bowling a lot, and because he's probably going to go into a setting where even if he doesn't have a coach at the club or the team that he's playing with, there are where clinics or facilities where he could get additional coaching, and that will help him in that kind of development. And
He's had a taste of it a couple times
he
with the
could get
secondary school
additional
teams
coaching,
on tour.
and that will
Perhaps a
help him
couple times, if I'm not
in that
mistaken,
kind
he's
of
been on
development.
tour.
No,
So has
that's
experience.
yeah, that's a big eye opener for them. I do ever remember taking a wicket off the first ball of a game until I went to England. And I was telling the batsman, I said, I can't blame you, because I don't even know what happened with the ball. So until I went to England, I bowled the ball, and the ball did its own thing.
Natural variation, as Ian Bishop would term it, natural variation.
You know? So if I don't know what's going on, I don't expect you to know what's going on either. So we had a good laugh because I tell him, I said, partner, I don't even know what the hell went on there. No?
Well, what's going on here at the Queen's Park? Queen's Park Oval, it continues to rain. The covers are out there. For a brief moment, we saw umpire Ryan John, the third umpire, come out and have a look. Perhaps just to ensure that the covers were on properly, covering the area. But it is still raining now. There's not a lot of wind out there either. So this rain may be with us for a while. In the meantime, what we can show our viewers is footage of the toss this morning with you, Ruskin, as well as an interview as well. So we will just ask our producer, Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das, just to cue that up, and we will just bring that to you in the interim. Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das, just to cue that up, and we will just bring that to you in the interim. Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das, just to cue that up, and we will just bring that to you in the interim. Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das, just to cue that up, and we will just bring that to you in the interim.
In 3, 2, 1.
A very good morning to one and all. Welcome you here to the Queen's Park Oval. We're getting ready for some international cricket. This is Trinidad and Tobago against India in a deaf cricket encounter, 50 overs aside. And of course, we have the two captains here with us, Devon Adams and Virender Singh of India. We have the umpire Ryan Johns. He is going to take care of the toss. We have the umpire Ryan Johns. He is going to take care of the toss.
Ball is heads.
It is heads.
Ball is heads.
We choose the ball first.
Heads it is. And the word is that India have won the toss and will bowl first. So they've inserted the Trinidad and Tobago team. So I'll just need somebody to sign for you if there's anything. And Virender, why you choose? Why it is you chose to bat first?
So it's the Trinidad and Tobago pitch. I got it's helpful for the bowling because I have no experience how the pitch moves in the rainy season. So I decided the take a ball first. Then I try and doing a very well in batting.
What about coming to Trinidad and Tobago to play in a tournament like this? How big an occasion is this for you?
It's a very big occasion because it's a first time in the Trinidad and Tobago and meet a very good, meet like a very good friend, and the time difference in India and also Trinidad and Tobago. Here at the night, that time India had the morning, and here at the morning, that time India had the night.
Well, best of luck. Let me just bring Devon in. Devon, you're batting first. Did you want to bat first, or were you going to bowl first as well?
No, I didn't want to bat first. I want to bowl because I want to get feel that we have a good batting tip, but we have good bowlers also. But we wanted to bat.
And, okay. And are you happy with the preparation you had?
I'm very happy. I'm very happy with it because our history for the first time against India is an experienced team, and also they're playing from long time, from way back before. So this is our first time against us, so we have to go there and enjoy our life and put our chin.
One final question. What is the mood like in the team? Are they all excited about playing in this tournament?
Yes, we are excited about playing in the tournament because we have been training for 6 months, and then we training to get feel, bowling, and all the players enjoying the time and coming along good all the time.
That's good. Well, all the best, and enjoy the game. So that is the situation here, folks. The toss, India again won the toss, but they have opted to field first. India again won the toss, but they have opted to field first. India again won the toss, but they have opted to field first. India again won the toss, but they have opted to field first. Welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval and much improved weather conditions. The good news is that the rain has stopped, and as we were hinting earlier, because of the state of the oval facilities here with the drainage and everything else, cricket, the covers have just been taken off, and we're about to get play started not even 2 minutes after the covers have been removed. So such is the quality of the facilities here at the Queen's Park Oval. So we resume at 5 without loss. So we resume at 5 without loss. About to resume. Left arm through and around. So we resume at 5 without loss. And we'll be bowling first up to Taldamo Tobias, who is on 1. First up to Taldamo Tobias. It's the only run off the bat so far, and he has a big drive that he misses. And this is one of the areas, Billy, that I feel he's going to have problems with the transitioning from defense to offense. This is one of the areas, Billy, because of the way he plays, his whole makeup is that of defending and keeping the ball out. So for him to go from that to then make an attacking shot sometimes could be his own undoing. And keeping the ball out. See, this is where he's good, where he's just defending the ball. Sometimes
he's also very hesitant to get that left pad down to the pitch of the delivery. Seems to be hanging on the back foot, waiting to see to turn off the pitch, and sometimes playing mostly off of the back foot. Seems to be hanging on the back foot.
Any kind of movement at all, like you said, is going to give him some problems because he's not pushing out to the ball. He's just going across the crease and just trying to cover the stumps. It's almost like he's playing wind ball cricket, trying to keep the ball out. And this is where he's going to make his runs. He's just going to deflect and pick up singles and twos where possible. This time it's a leg by though, so one more to the score. Take it on to 6 at the end of that over. One more to the score.
And he's looking to put away or get runs off wayward deliveries there. And he got one in the over there and managed to tuck it around the corner. And seems as though that is his mode of scoring, which means he intends to bat for long. It's going to be 50 over affair. And we'll just wait to see if there's any reduction in the overs with that 45-minute rain delay. We have to confirm that. But definitely Valdano Tobias is in there. He's going to try to bat for as long as possible, because we do tend to see that players or teams rather struggle to bat all 50 overs.
So we have a new bowler, Virender Singh, wearing the number 83. So we have a new bowler, big number, wearing the number, and he too is getting ready to bowl. Big number. He's going to bowl left arm around the wicket. He's going to come around as opposed to through and around, as we saw previously. And that is close. Says out LBW. He went right back on his stumps there, Tobias. And again, as square as they come, and the ball came in with the arms, beat the edge, and crashed into the pad. And again, because he was just covering the stumps, he didn't go anywhere, neither forward nor back. He just stood there and was plumb in front. He goes for 1, 6 to 1.
That is the danger of staying on the back foot and not getting that front leg all the way down to the pitch of the delivery. You have to use your feet against spinners. I'm not saying to advance down the track, but you have to get that stride in. You have to shuffle across the pitch. And if he was going to be stuck on the crease there and then going onto the back foot, anytime you get struck, anytime you don't hit the ball, make contact with the bat, is going to be given out LBW once you're in line. And it's a dangerous way to play against the spin bowling, and now we have 2 spinners operating from either end.
Yeah, it's a good delivery again, just coming in with the arm, no real spin there. In fact, he didn't look like he tried to spin it. He just, as far as he's concerned, that might have been just a loosener, warm-up delivery. But he got it online, he got it spot on, and got the wicket as a result.
Well, we have been told word from Colin Board. That's a 45 over affairs. We take another look at this plum in front, hitting middle of middle, between the middle of both pads as well. 45 over affairs. We take another look at this. So the first wicket down on the board. Middle of middle, between the middle of both pads as well. 45 over affairs. We take another look at this.
Is it Nicholas Mohammed? It looks like who's come out. I'll verify that in a bit. Is it Nicholas Mohammed? Another good delivery, pitching up right up. And yes, Mohammed is the new batsman. Another good delivery, pitching up right up. And yes, Mohammed is the new batsman. A little bit of a byplay there, just pulling that one slightly wider. A little bit of a Mohammed there, just pulling that one slightly wider. Again, that's a delivery coming back at him, hitting him on the pad. Luckily, he was outside the off stump, as that one struck him just outside the off stump. But again, the arm ball coming in and just missing out in the end. Arm ball coming in.
So he's just floating the ball up to the batsman. No pace on it, not much turn either.
There's another good delivery. Mohammed living dangerously there, trying to pull away and trying to play the shot instead of the rehearsal was more of what was required. Move into the shot, stride, make a big stride, and that is better. Now he is out in front, keeping it out though. But the end of a successful over, and at the end of it, it is 6 for 1. A maiden wicket out in front, keeping it out though. But the end of a successful
good over there. He's bang on target, pitching the ball up. He's not getting a lot of spin. There's a lot of grass on the wicket, and the ball just skidding on at times. Not much turn, and going on with the angle. And any batsman playing back to it would be in some difficulty. We saw Mohammed there just negotiating on the front foot, managed to get bat and pad close together, and that is the manner he's going to have to play. So Virendra Singh in the wickets column. A good start here from the Indian team, both with the pacers at the start of the innings and now back on after the drinks break with the two spinners operating.
It's Kuldeep Singh and Virendra Singh. This is
at the start of the innings and now back on after the drinks break with the two spinners operating.
To drive it. He's the one who has been the more adventurous one in terms of his flight. He's bringing the ball up to the batsman, but he does have a long on as protection. Leon a miss. He's bringing the ball up, easing outside that off stump there. Again, the line is consistent. Leon a miss. Bringing the ball up, easing outside that off stump there. Again, the line is consistent. And again, he's playing inside the line of the ball, probably anticipating some kind of turn. And if it's turning at all, it's very minimal. He's playing inside the line of the ball, non-existent turn. Some kind of turn.
This time a long stride down the wicket there, getting to the pitch of it. There isn't going to be a lot of turn, at least with the ball just 7 overs old, as well as the amount of grass we see on the wicket. Down the wicket there, getting to the pitch of it. There isn't going to be a lot of turn, and at least with the ball just 7 overs old, as
again,
well as
just changing the line a little bit more towards the middle and leg stumps. And not a bad attempt there, but he kind of got stifled for power. Changing the line a little bit more towards the middle and leg stumps. And not a bad hitting the outside edge of the bat again. This is such good bowling. They're not giving anything away and keeping everything in front. Another maiden, back-to-back maidens here. So Virendra Singh had a maiden wicket, followed up by Kuldeep Singh, keeping everything in front. Keeping the batsman on a 6 for 1. After 8.
The pressure certainly building here on the Trinidad and Tobago team. And all the fielders are in the ring as well. Just a one man, 3/4 way to the boundary at mid-on, a deep mid-on. One slip in place. All the fielders are in the ring as well. Just a one man, 3/4 way gets onto the front foot. It's good that he's coming forward, trying to get to the pitch of the delivery. One slip in place. All the fielders are in the ring as well. Just a one man, 3/4 way gets onto the front foot. It's good that he's coming forward, trying to get to the pitch
slightly
of the
shorter, and he's getting there, and he might get a second one if they hurry. and there's a little bit of miscommunication there. They both sort of looked at each other, but it took them so long to decide whether to go for that second run that they decided, look, one is enough.
We may see a lot of that taking place because the batters have to, what you don't tell youngsters typically when you're running between the wickets, listen for the call and trust your partner's call. In this instance, they have to look at the ball as well as look at their partner, and they're using hand signals to communicate whether the run is on or not. Trust your partner's call. In this instance, they have to look at the ball as well as look at their partner. They're using hand signals to communicate whether the run is on or not.
Very little is coming back at him, so he's going to have to fetch it outside the off stump. Full toss. Really should have done more with that one. He just sort of patted it back. Very little is on the offside, so he's going to have to fetch it. We needed to belt that somewhere. Full toss. Really should have done more with that one. He just sort of patted it back. Ball kept a little bit low there, so good tidy bowling once again. Take what the wicket gives you. Ball kept a little bit low there, so you're pitching up once more, and they're gonna get a bye, possibly two. Again, they, like you said, they have to kind of ground and then look. They're gonna get a bye, where the ball is at that point in time. The end of the over. And at the end of 9 overs, it's 8 for 1. Where the ball is at that point in time.
So a very slow start with the two batters out there in the middle, Captain Adams, and joining him out there, Mohammed, with the fall of the wicket of Tobias. So a little bit slow going here. They may want to accelerate, but they've got to look to try and put loose deliveries, beat the infield at least, if not get it to the boundary. Beat the infield at least, if not get it to the boundary.
Inside the line of the ball, there's a little hint of turn there, but not enough. Come back and hit the stump. But the batsman continues to play down the wrong line. He's playing inside the line of the ball constantly. And again, continues to play down the wrong line.
He just has to look for variation now from the bowler. He's starting just outside the off stump. The ball is holding its line, beating the outside edge. Just want to pitch one a little closer to the stumps, as he did just there. This time getting back onto it. I think he might want to change his guard, adjust his guard a tad bit for those deliveries outside the off stump.
My thing is that I'm not quite sure how much cricket that they've been playing. I mean, they've been practicing a lot, but in terms of competitive games, a good diving effort. I think he more or less tripped and fell, and then he just pushed the ball away from him.
Well, he's narrating the short extra cover. He's in there closer. The ball had to dive across. In mid-dive, when he knocked it down, he's gesticulating to his partner as well. Why didn't you stop that?
It was so funny. It's like he just fell down and he just pushed the ball away from him. It was so funny. Short the delivery, and can't take advantage of it.
He's going to have to try and maneuver the ball into some gaps here. Pull deliveries that he could have put away in the over. I'm not quite sure if that one was left alone or if he tried to play it if he was beaten.
Constantly plays inside the line of the ball. He has to be careful there rather than leaving the battle there. And you're not really attacking the ball. 8 for 1 at the end of the over. 10 overs completed now.
Very, very tight bowling here. Another maiden time from Kuldeep Singh. And Captain Virendra Singh is building pressure at the other end as well. In fact, now he pushes the mid or further back. Abhishek Singh drops off to about 3/4 way to the boundary. In fact, now he pushes
and
the mid or
really a chance at a possible boundary there. Probably would have gotten at least 2 had he made any kind of contact there. There's no backward square, watch. And but he missed it completely. Probably would have gotten at least 2 this time. He's going to get a single. Good running, good anticipation, good cricket all around. The man at mid-on doing well to collect and effect the return.
And they're going to have to try and do some more of that. Get to the pitch of the delivery, get a stride in. And they've been given a single down to And they're going to have mid-on and mid-off. More of that. Well, not just a tad bit back, about 10 yards at mid-off, back outside of the ring, and on long, almost a long on in place now.
Mohapatra was the man there. Another delivery that's beating Adams outside the off stump, and Adams has to be careful. He's absorbing a lot of deliveries and playing and missing quite a bit of those. But when it's like on the stump, he's very adept at keeping it out. And playing and missing. It's attacking the ones outside of the line is where he's having his problems. And there is a lovely flighty delivery. Almost wanting to buy a wicket there.
Well, he has 3 men on the onside, 2 in the ring, 1 at long on, and that was on the line of the leg, some rather full pitch stop.
Again, can't get it away. So the bowler's ready, putting a real stranglehold here on the scoring. And at the end of that over, it's 9 for 1.
And he was looking around the corner, looking into the onside. There was a square leg and a mid-wicket inside the ring, and a long on in place. He could have tried to work those couple deliveries that were angled into the pads, work it into the onside, break the wrist, or even push it straight down the ground, but he was on more defensive frame of mind. I looked at him early on before the start of the game and having a word with Colin Board as well. And he indicated, Adams, that he was quite nervous, and he looked very nervous indeed. I looked at him early on before the start of the game and having a word with Colin Board as well.
Was watchful.
And he indicated, Adams, that he was quite nervous, and he looked very nervous.
I'm not sure, Billy, if you know how much cricket did these guys actually play, like in their domestic league, to select a team. There's an attempt at a shot. I thought he was going on the onside, but he's going through the offside this time for another nice little single.
Well, the team itself has been around from 2022, 23, but they played a lot of wind ball cricket back then. It was now starting to be introduced into hard ball. And Tennell Smith was indicating that they had to start playing a lot more, and they did play a game against the Moses Lendor Cricket Academy hard ball. Tennell Smith was indicating
again another play on a miss outside that off stump. That's proven to be a real sort of distress area.
But poor Adams, they haven't been featuring in a lot of hardball cricket, but this season
he went with the Chinaman there and just spun it across him.
Very interesting there, and Sai Akash goes down to have a word with him as well. We ask him to try that one again. Very interesting there, and Sai Akash goes
again
down
they
to
want a single, but it's not there. Things remain very tight here now. The runs have really dried up for the Trinidad and Tobago team. But it's not there. Things remain very tight here. Going behind, going with the wrist spin. So he's really mixing it up. He's bowling left arm orthodox on occasion, and every so often he slips in a little wristy and try to confuse the batsman. The end of the over 10 on occasion, and every so for 1 now after 12. And
it was a mixed bag in that over there. He bowled back of the hand, he bowled some googly, he bowled the orthodox left arm off spin. Very interesting from the young fella.
Again, they flirted with danger here, going down the leg side. Anytime there, because they don't have protection on that side, they have to be very careful. And for the second time, Mohammed missed out. Because any kind of positive contact probably would have netted him a boundary. And for the second time, he got a single instead. Any kind of positive contact, and another play on a miss.
So they did play in the North Zone League, or just a couple of the players played in the North Zone League with the combined all-star team. And the coach, Colonel Ryan, plays for that team. And after he saw what they were capable of, came on as the coach of this team. And
there's a nicely flighted delivery that is badly lined, and again the batsman probably so intent on keeping him out, missed a nice juicy full toss outside of his legs, and with nobody at deep backward square, Billy, you'd have been feasting
missed a nice
3 men on
juicy
the
full
onside,
toss
I would have
outside of his leg,
disappeared.
and with nobody at deep backward square.
Well, he's certainly struggling to put away the bad ones. He's getting inside the line, seemingly to do everything right, all except make contact with the ball. Well, he's certainly struggling 3 men on the onside and 3 deliveries down the leg side in the over. Seemingly to do everything right, all except make contact with the ball.
And this is going to be another quick single. He's going to have to hurry, and he does well in the end. So despite a nice bit of pickup and fielding there by Abhishek Singh. Now we've had Virinder Singh, Abhishek Singh, Kuldeep Singh. So those are the 3 Singhs in the team. Actually, there are 4. Akash Singh is also part of the team. The next delivery is again, they can't score. That's the big problem for them. And we see the ground staff in the ready position again. Here's a full toss. This time he's able to put it away. That's 4 runs to mid wicket there. Their first boundary. And they're celebrating in the stands there. What a shot that was. This time, Billy, he says, you can't get away this time.
And finally, he's able to pull one away, getting the courage enough to go across the line of deliveries, knowing that there's just 3 persons to beat on the onside. And just as he was now starting to get going, turning over the scoreboard a bit, 19 for 1 after 13. Now comes the rain again, and we're going to have to go for another break here. And this one comes with some strong winds as well, as you could see on your screens. They're blowing not just the hair of our cameraman in the air, Mr. Richard Tinfat, but also the monitor itself. Strong winds as well, as you could see on your screens. And 12.5 overs gone. 1 wicket down, 19 runs on the board. Also the monitor itself. Strong winds as well, as you could see on your screens.
So again, both batsmen on 4. So 19 for 1
runs on the board.
at the end of the 13th over. And again, they're going off now at 11:38. So they came on for a brief period, but this shower might actually be heavier than the first one we got. So again, Billy, not ideal. And but the ground staff, they're doing their normal due diligence, covering the strip, trying to cover the entire square, and get the covers on as quickly as possible and try to protect as much of the turf as they can. So that once the covers are removed, then they'll be able to probably get play, allow the players to get some more play in. But that looks like it's some time away because of the shower that we're getting. It's a little bit heavier than it was earlier. Not the full-blown heavy pouring rain, but it's heavy enough to take the players off, and it's heavier than the one we had before, which also took them off earlier. And that one was about a 45-minute delay. This one, well, we just have to wait and see what happens. So it's just about 11:38 that they went off, and we'll keep you posted on what is happening. So just to remind you, here, the Trinidad and Tobago team, they're going off now at 19 for 1. And the man out, Valdano Tobias, who went for 1 LBW to Singh, the captain. Virinder Singh, his very first ball that he bowled. And, since that time, Nicholas Mohammed has joined Devon Adams, both batsmen on 4. And Trinidad and Tobago on 19 for 1 after 13 overs. We'll take a break, and as soon as the weather subsides and we're able to get play, we come back with more commentary here on 360 TV, covering the international encounter between India and Trinidad and Tobago, a deaf cricket international here at the Queen's Park Oval. Stay close. Encounter between India and Trinidad and Tobago, a deaf cricket international here at the Queen's Park Oval. Stay close. Encounter between India and Trinidad and Tobago, a deaf cricket international here at the Queen's Park Oval. Stay close. Encounter between India and Trinidad and Tobago, a deaf cricket international here at the Queen's Park Oval. Stay close.
적은 내가 아니다. 저 왕가의 핏줄들이다. 근데어 날 공격하느냐? 적은 내가. 그게 무슨 개소리냐? 그게 무슨 개소리냐? 갑자기 도망을 가? 거기서!
경기서
언제 또 놈이 올지 몰라. 여기서 나가야 돼.
강철아,
경기서 절대 떼어놓지 말거라. 언제 또 놈이 올지 몰라. 여기서 나가야 돼.
강철아.
열이가 있던 곳에서 생긴 것이다. 절대 떼어놓지 말거라. 언제 또 놈이 올지 몰라. 여기서 나가야 돼.
같은 것이옵니다, 전하.
열이가 있던 곳에서 생긴 것이다.
팔척기를 부르는 데 사용하는 그 부정말이옵니다.
도상수 풍산. 그놈이 아구지가 분명하구나.
증거가 이리 명확한데 왜들 그리 넉놓고 있는 게야? 당장 잡아야 할 거 아니야? 놈 때문에 우리 열이가.
이미 금이형 광군을 불어 찾으라 명을 내리셨네. 그 신당 안에 동물도 샅샅이 뒤지고 있어.
증거가 이리 명확한데
다만 동굴이 너무도 깊고 복잡해.
잡아야 할 거 아니야?
수색에 시간이 걸릴 듯하네. 이미 금이형 광군을 불어 찾으라 명을 내리셨네. 맹청은 어찌하였느냐?
예, 맹청은 이미 폐쇄되었고 도상수 풍산과 가까웠던 판수들과 하인들은 모조리 잡아들여 지금 위관이신 영상대감께서 신문 중이옵니다.
맹청은 어찌하였느냐?
예, 맹청은 이미 폐쇄되었고
네가 무사하여 참으로 다행이구나.
모조리 잡아들여
괜찮은 것이냐?
영상대감께서
예, 전하. 그래, 무사해서 다행이지. 한데 이상하다.
네가
대체 왜 날 살려뒀던 거지?
무한경.
괜찮은 것이냐?
예, 전하.
그럼
그래,
그냥 살려보내나요?
다행이지.
인연이 다 알고 있는데 미끼를 죽여서
대체 왜
산대는겨.
날 살려뒀던 거지?
조용히 수문으로 끌고 나가거라.
미끼라고 했다.
그럼 그냥 살려보내나요?
내가 미끼.
인연이 다 알고 있는데
뭘 잡기 위한 미끼라는 거지?
조용히 수문으로 끌고 나가거라.
미끼라고 했다.
관군들이 쫙 갈릴 텐데
내가
이제 우찌해야 되는 게.
뭘 잡기 위한 미끼라는 거지? 미끼라고 했다.
관군들이 쫙 갈릴 텐데 이제 우찌해야 되는 게. 도상수? 정치 장군님.
전하,
도상수?
풍산의 신당이 어디 있느냐?
이쪽입니다.
전하,
도상수?
풍산의 신당이 어디 있느냐?
이쪽입니다.
풍산의 신당이 어디 있느냐?
이쪽입니다.
이곳입니다. 풍산의 신당으로 가는 비밀 통로가 이곳에 숨겨져 있었습니다. 이곳입니다. 풍산의 신당으로 가는 비밀 통로가 이곳에 숨겨져 있었습니다.
어르신, 어르신! 아유, 이거 또 뭔 일이래 또? 아유, 참 정말로. 어르신, 어르신 저 일어나 보셔요, 예? 어르신, 어르신! 아유, 이거 또 뭔 일이래 또? 아유, 참 정말로. 어르신, 어르신 저 일어나 보셔요, 예? 어르신, 어르신! 아유, 이거 또 뭔 일이래 또? 참 정말로.
송구합니다. 아무리 물을 붓고 모래를 뿌려도 그때뿐 다시 불씨가 살아나는지라.
모두 물러가거라. 전하.
아니되옵니다, 전하. 홀로 계시게 할 수는 없사옵니다.
물러가라고! 모두 물러가거라. 지금 우리에게 싸웁니다.
전하. 아니되옵니다, 전하. 홀로 계시게 할 수는 없사옵니다.
물러가라고! 모두 물러가거라. 지금 우리에게 싸웁니다.
전하. 아니되옵니다, 전하. 홀로 계시게 할 수는 없사옵니다.
물러가라고!
다 죽여버릴 것이다. 이 집안 혈족들을 내가 다 실을 말려버릴 것이야. 다 죽여버릴 것이다. 이 집안 혈족들을 내가 다 실을 말려버릴 것이야.
네 놈은 오랜 세월 내 목을 옥죄어왔지. 어디 숨어있는 게냐? 이 악귀야! 당장 내 눈앞에 나타나거라. 내 너에게 할 말이 있어 이리 직접 왔느니라. 어디 숨어있는 게냐? 긴 세월 네 놈을 부정하고 또 부정하였지. 믿고 싶지 않았다. 그저 불운이고 그저 불행이라 여겼을 뿐. 내가 왕으로서 덕이 부족하여 생긴 일이라 그리 믿으려 하였다. 믿고 싶지 않았다. 하나 내 이제는 분명히 안다. 니놈이 나와 내 가족을 모조리 도륙내려 한다는 것을 즐기며 지켜보고 있다는 것을. 하나 내 이제는 분명히 안다. 니놈이 나와 내 가족을 모조리 도륙내려 한다는 것을 지켜보고 있다는 것을. 어디 한번 해볼 테면 해보거라. 허나 나는 결단코 주저앉지 않을 것이다. 니놈 앞에 절대 무릎 꿇지 않을 것이다. 내 두 눈을 똑똑히 뜨고서 니놈과 맞서 싸울 것이다. 니놈에게 나는 결단코 지지 않을 것이다.
쓸 거 없어. 신경 거짓말도 잘. 헌데 왜 그? 쓸 거 없어.
바람이 차다.
신경 거짓말도
그만 들어가거라.
헌데 왜 그? 쓸 거 없어.
바람이 차다. 그만 들어가거라.
저놈이다. 내가 좀 찍은 잔치상이 배돼지의 토끼가 아주 두둑 두둑 거지?
그래. 그 지독한 냄새가 여기까지 풍기는구나. 그 지독한 냄새가 여기까지 풍기는구나. 그 지독한 냄새가 여기까지 풍기는구나.
무슨 일이냐?
아, 예, 대감마님 별일 아닙니다요.
무슨 일?
이보시오. 홍건우 대감 행차옵시다. 어서 썩 비키시오. 이보시오. 홍건우 대감 행차옵시다. 이 사람이 좀... 어서 썩 비키라니까.
이봐 이거. 이 길이 다 칠 것도 아니면서 옆으로 좀 돌아가면 될걸. 굳이 비키라고 하네. 이 길이 다 칠 것도 아니면서 옆으로 좀 체면 깎아먹는 짓인지도 모르. 비키라고 하네. 다 칠 것도 아니면서
못 들어가는 게냐? 썩 몰아내지 않고! 아니 비키라니까! 못 들어가는 게냐? 썩 몰아내지 않고! 아니 비키라니까!
뭐야?
결이야.
송구합니다. 무례를 용서하시옵소서. 송구합니다. 무례를 용서하시옵소서.
열이야.
송구합니다. 무례를 용서하시옵소서.
열이야.
아씨, 저게 진짜 씨.
열이야.
저게 진짜.
열이야.
내가 방금 본 게 뭐야?
열이야. 열이야.
다 봤으면서 뭘 물어본대냐?
방금 본 게 뭐야?
형님이 내 잔치상 차려주는 걸 네가 다 와장창 엎은 거잖아. 다 봤으면서 뭘 물어본대냐?
얼마 전에 죽은 곽상중이란 자한테서도 찢어진 부적이 발견됐다던데. 그것도 얼마 전에 죽은 네가 한 짓이야? 그래? 부적이 발견됐다던데.
그건
네가 한 짓이야? 그래? 부적이 발견됐다던데.
그건 그래. 내가 한 짓이다. 허나 놈이 윤갑의 모친까지 납치해 죽이려 했었단 말이다. 그런 악독한 놈 하나 비비한테 먹이로 던져주는 게 뭐 그리 잘못된 일이냐? 아까 그 놈도 그래. 그 망할 부작 아니었으면 벌써 애저녁에 비비가 다 잡아먹었을 놈들이다. 아까 그 놈도 그래. 말하지 않았느냐? 악행을 일삼는 양반을 비비가 먹어치워 주는 건 이 땅에 선업을 쌓는 일이라고. 악행을 일삼는 양반을 신의 일에 어찌 그리 화를 내느냐? 이 땅에 선업을 쌓는 일이라고.
신의 일.
신의 일에 어찌 그리
그래.
화를 내느냐?
신이 니들한텐 사람 목숨 하나 끄는 게 뭐 그리 대수로운 일이겠어. 그런데 말이다. 신이 사람을 죽이는 건 천벌이지만 사람이 사람을 죽이는 건 살인일 뿐이다. 사람이 사람을 죽이는 건
살인?
그래 살인. 내 명두를 훔쳐 부적을 파쇄한 건 강철이 네가 아니라 사람이 윤감날에 몸이 안 되니까 강철이 네가 아니라 사람이 윤감날에 몸이 안 되니까 강철이 네가 아니라 사람이 윤감날에 몸이 안 되니까
말하지 않았느냐? 악행을 일삼는 양반을 비비가 먹어치워 주는 건 이 땅에 선업을 쌓는 일이라고. 악행을 일삼는 양반을 비비가 신의 일에 어찌 그리 화를 내느냐? 이 땅에 선업을 쌓는 일이라고. 악행을 일삼는 양반을 비비가 신의 일에 어찌 그리 화를 내느냐? 이 땅에 선업을 쌓는 일이라고. 악행을 일삼는 양반을 비비가 신의 일에 어찌 그리 화를 내느냐? 이 땅에 선업을 쌓는 생각할수록 열받네. 감히 하늘 같은 용감나리의 손으로 사람을 죽게 해 화가 났다 이거냐? 내가 좋다 할 땐 언제고 아직도 그놈 걱정이 그리 애달파?
너도 잠이 안 오더냐?
아직도 그놈 걱정이 그리 애달파? 그러는 너야말로 웬일이냐?
너도 잠이 안 오드냐?
머리만 대면 천둥 소리로 하죠. 지금까지 들썩이게 하더니. 그러는 너야말로
유리한테 낮에 있었던 일.
머리만 대면 천둥 소리로 하죠. 지금까지 들썩이게 하더니. 그러는 너야말로
유리한테 낮에 있었던 일.
머리만 대면 천둥 소리로 하죠. 지금까지 들썩이게 하더니. 그러는 너야말로
유리한테 낮에 있었던 일.
머리만 대면 천둥 소리로 하죠. 지금까지 들썩이게 하더니.
유리한테 낮에 있었던 일.
Welcome back. Good news. We have a resumption of play here. The rain has subsided and we're getting ready to resume play. Ankit Jangir going to pick up the attack. Of play here. The rain has short ball. Again, trying to hit it too hard. Mohammed. And probably missing out on what would have been a sure boundary. And we'll get just a 1 run for it. So that should push the score now on to 20 for 1. As we welcome back Billy. And just a 1 run. We've lost over 2 hours, roughly 2 hours or 26 minutes or thereabouts. But we're not quite sure what the new analysis is in terms of overs saved off. We'll get that information shortly. We're not quite sure what but Trinidad and Tobago really needs to get a move on here because they need runs on the board.
And the captain, Devon Adams, is on strike there. He's been on since the start of play. And I suspect, Ruskin, this might be more to his liking in terms of a truncated game. Fewer overs to bat. The way he batted initially when we started, he was contemplating having to bat through 50 overs, probably anchoring in the innings here. But now, as it will be reduced,
and that's a good shot. He might get a couple here if they hurry. They think about it. Yes, they're going to go for it. He's going to take on the arm. Mohammed was living dangerously there. He actually called and signaled too. They went for it, and he was the one who almost got run out at that bottom end. And look at it here. He called. You could see Adams put his hands up as if to say no. And then if that return was on target, you could see Adams put his hands up as if to say no. And then if that return was on target, short ball from Ankit, hurrying on to Adams. Adams, of course, a product of UTT. Tony Gray would have been his coach and mentor. Showing it's a proud moment for him as well. End of the over, 22 for 1 at the end of it.
There are a couple of things in that over there. We saw Adams definitely looking to be more aggressive. He looks more comfortable in an attacking mode than he did trying to defend and batting through what he thought would have been a 50-over affair. But definitely we're going to have a truncated game here. I suspect maybe around 25 overs or so in the game. Ruskin, so at 14 gone, he is looking to press the accelerator. And he was trying to get going, putting the ball into the onside more often than he did previously before the rains came. And out there with a very energetic Nicholas Mohammed. Energetic in terms of running as well as his stroke play. And again, we saw coming for 2 runs. Call for it has to be done with hand signals as opposed to the voice calling, of course. And it's creating a bit of a delay in the running. And they have to be just that more careful now as they look to push on and get as many runs as possible in this truncated affair.
So Kumar, Vaibhav Kumar is the new bowler coming on from the top end. So Vaibhav Kumar is the, and that's hit into the gap. Was in the air for a bit, but well away from the man at short extra cover. And that's hit a single Mohammed. Mohammed looks like he wants to really launch, but he seems to be rushing his shots somehow. He's just not middling the ball as well as he would like.
So a long off, a long on in place. He's mid off.
And he's bowled him. Played right across it. Well. It really was a looping full toss, and he probably could have hit that anywhere, but he missed it. And it was bowled neck and crop. So Adams goes for 6. And it's 23 for 2 now.
And we saw previously before the water break, he resisted all temptations to go across the line, even to balls that were pitched into his leg stump or pitching outside of the leg stump. And he didn't want to go into the onside, although there were 3 fielders out on the onside. So he had a lot of gaps there. This time, a full delivery from Kumar and going completely across the line. The ball dipping, it was on the line of the middle stump. Struck middle stump, going across the line, missing it completely. And the captain has to go for 6.
Yeah, that's a critical blow for Trinidad and Tobago and for India, because they would like to
to get him on the wickets as quickly as possible. When you take wickets, you slow down the progress of your opponents. In Trinidad and Tobago's case, they'll be hoping to just keep the scoreboard ticking over and try their best to go. Borneo, Jamel Borneo is the new batsman. Keep the scoreboard ticking over and try their best to go. Borneo, and he goes right across one as well. Well, living dangerously there, because just like his captain, who went across the line of a looping full toss, nice juicy full toss, missed it. Borneo went right across that with first delivery as well. Here he is again, trying the best. He wants a quick single and he's out, run out. Well. It was much too close to the fielder. All he had to do was pick it up and release it. That he did. And he did that beautifully as well. And Borneo has to go. And
we did make mention of the coach, Anil Ryan, playing with that combined all-star teams in the North Zone League. And Borneo has been a part of that team, playing a couple of games. Did manage a top score for him. Personal top score, 49 runs, playing in that North Zone League. So they would have been banking on him coming in at number 4 to do the bulk of the scoring perhaps in this innings, but not to be.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate for him. And it looks like Sai Akash, the vice captain, was the man with the run out there. And it looks like Sai Akash feeling at that short mid-wicket position. The ball is hit straight to him. He didn't really have to do too much. Just pick up the ball, and his return was a good one, right back over the bails for Umar Ashraf to just remove the bails, and just so they have a run out. 23 for 2. Umar Ashraf to just for 3 now, I should say.
The technical advisor, your friend Mr. Glenn, he was very wary of the running between the wickets and tried to work on it during their training sessions. And now, suffering their first run out.
And here's the ball just went right through. It got stuck in his pads, and it almost rolled onto the stumps after it was dislodged from the pad.
You can only hope for his sake it was in the pads.
And it almost rolled onto the stumps after that one might have just come off the boot, but it eluded slip. And it's a bye, so I thought it hit the boot, but it probably just pitched and left him. That is Murray, Orion Murray.
Yeah, initially I thought it would have gone off of the outside edge, or perhaps off the edge into the turf. Yeah, initially I thought it went to the hand up to the left of first slip, through his hands into the turf. So he has gotten off the mark. Signal by
the umpire. So that will end the over at what, 24 for 3. Signal by the umpire.
So Murray will face up now
over at what,
after that single.
For 3. Signal by the umpire.
So Murray will face up now
over at what,
after that single.
And you really have to credit the Indian bowlers. They've been very consistent. They have been attacking the stumps for the most part, keeping the pressure on the opposition. Attacking the stumps for the most part, keeping the pressure on, and really just soaking up a number of dot balls. For the most part, keeping the pressure on, and really just soaking up a number of again, trying to force the issue. He's have to hurry, and that was another risky single there. Good anticipation again in the field. One motion, just picked it up. Had a shot at the stumps at that mid-wicket for that short mid-on position. Almost executed. One motion, just picked it up. Had a shot at the stumps at that short backward point position there. Rather, almost strikes out another wicket via the run-out route. That short backward point position there. Rather, almost
So we've seen very dicey running.
Fired a run out route. That short backward point position there. Down the wicket he goes, head in the air, and he pays the ultimate price, bold neck and crop. Down the wicket he goes, head in the air. It probably came off the pad, but from what I saw, it looked like something was dislodged. So it looked like either some padding or something flew off there. And this time it goes right through him again, and it missed the stump yet again. There must be some kind of a lucky charm on the stump there, because on both occasions the ball fractionally missed the stump. You can see it goes down and the ball just shaved the off stump, and it hit the keeper's glove and bounced out. So that was a stumping opportunity there that he missed out on. And nevertheless, the over comes to an end. 25 for 3 at the end of it.
Very curious indeed. A couple of events taking place in that over. A near run out. And we thought the ball was coming off the inside edge, the outside edge. It was through the keeper's glove, shaving the off stump. A near run out.
And that's another beauty.
The ball was coming off the
Beating
inside edge,
everything.
the outside edge. It was through the keeper's glove, shaving the off stump. A near run out.
That's another beauty.
So we've seen the spinners. Not much turn on offer them. They have been able to go past the outside edge.
And this one is hit in the air, but a single well judged. And this one is above Kumar. In the air, but a single well judged. And this one is above Kumar. In the air, but a single well judged. And this one is it's in the air, but that's safe, and that is going to be a boundary. So Mohammed in the air, finally getting an opportunity to extend his arms here. That is going to be a boundary.
That should take his score on to 10. The first boundary of the innings, taking the risk, going back over the head of the bowler. It was hit high up in the air. The long on was not all the way out on the boundary, just inside Mohapatra. It was hit high up in the air. The long on was
and again, he's trying to really launch himself here. So you could see a change in attitude of the Trinidad and Tobago batsman. Runs now. Really launch a premium for them. So you could see a change in attitude of the Trinidad and Tobago batsman. Runs now. Really nicely played in the end, but boy, what a risk he was taking, because that ball was pitching outside the off stump and he was just turning it away. He was so square, he had enough time to play it with a straight bat to the onside. And he was just turning it away. He was so square. And again, a field front leg beat when probably started outside leg stump and came back in, but missing once more. Probably trying to hit it too hard again, Mohammed. And missed out on a golden opportunity there. End of the over. The ball probably just lined up slightly outside that leg stump. End of the over. So 30 for 3 now.
So definitely the rush is on here now for runs. They were just 8 runs after 10 overs. And after 17, now 30. The rush is on here now for runs. They were just 8 runs after 10 overs.
This one is in the air. This could be a chance here. It's a long bit of work there, having to run a long way to get there. Subran, Rohan Subdan, not able to overhaul it. A long way to get there. His legs turning over. Running back there, trying to get to it, but not able to get a hand to it. His legs turning over. And that's a better shot, but that too could be an out, and it's dropped down there at that long off position. They're going for the second run, and they'll get it as well. But not a bad effort. Out in the deep there. They're going for the second run, and
looks like the bowler Vaibar Kumar diving away to his left, but it seems to be that they're taking the aerial route to try and extract runs.
The hunt is on.
Diving away to his left, but it seems to be that they're
hunting runs. That's a great shot through the deep mid-wicket position for 4 runs from the moment it left the bat.
He's definitely stepped on the accelerator here, deciding to take it, to take the task in the air. And this time pulling through mid-wicket, over the head of mid-wicket, one bounce into the boundary. So the aerial route is the best option for Mohammed. And this time pulling through mid-wicket, over the head of mid-wicket, one bounce into the boundary. So
one in the last over, and one here already in this over. Back to back. Another short ball, just wide of the mid-wicket. Fielder, and one here already in this over. Back to back. Another short ball, just wide of the mid-wicket. So fielder trying his bit here to see if he could prize out an early wicket here. So fielder trying his bit here to Joel Piper, or rather early wicket here, or rather. Oh, there's another beautiful delivery there. Not much turn. Jangir, Ankit Jangir. Not much turn. Jangir, Ankit Jangir. Oh, there's another beautiful delivery there. Not much turn. Jangir, Ankit Jangir. In the air it goes. This is a long chase. This might fall safely. In fact, it will fall safely. But you can see him deceived there. He was way out in front. This is a long chase. This might fall lack of pace. Good flight, but no pace. But you can see him deceived. And luckily for the batsman, he just spooned it high in the air, but it fell safely. 39 for 3 now at the end of 18. Luckily for the batsman,
Murray as well taking his chances in the air. He's not to the pitch of the delivery. He's not timing it either, and the bowlers are just slowing it up that much more through the air, so it can't quite reach him in time. And that one just lobbing over the head of the infield, landing really in no man's land, just at the 30-yard circle. And that one just all eyes will be on the man Nicholas Mohammed. He's on 17. Looking to take advantage here now of the spin.
And there's another one. They're going to go for a quick single again. And dangerous run in here. But you get the impression that a run was on there. They probably just moved a little late. But he just made it home. But you get the impression that
seems as though every time they take off for a quick single, it's an opportunity for a run out.
But he just made it home.
Seems as though every time they take off for a
this one is slicing off the edge. Doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come. And you don't see anything written in the scorebook that says off the edge, top edge, or under edge. It just says run. You don't see anything written in the scorebook that says off the edge. And as I always say, given the price of bats these days, you better believe I'm using the edge.
Every ounce, every millimeter. He's on 5 now at the non-striker end. Murray on strike, he's on 5. Every ounce, every millimeter. He's on
really short delivery, not able to take advantage of it.
Murray on strike, he's on 5.
Kept a little bit low as well. I think Murray was sizing it up. Really short delivery, not able to take advantage of it.
Murray on strike, he's on 5.
Kept a little bit low as well. And another one that kept very low indeed. It went right through him, and he's bowled him. And that one just squirted. It went right through. And Murray with a high backlift, not able to get the bat down in time. He goes for 5, bowled by Kumar, Vaibhav Kumar, Victor Pepper. And it's 41 for 4 now.
He never looked comfortable out there. Murray couldn't quite get the timing of the delivery off of the pitch. The spinners just slowing the ball up even more, not giving them any momentum to work with. And this time backing away. And just slowing the ball up even more, not giving them any momentum to being out bowled. And this time backing away. So the score and
41 for 3 now. For 4 of them.
Yeah. And although they've been accelerating, they've also started to lose wickets.
41 for 3. And that's the danger.
And although they've been accelerating, the main man out there, Nicholas Mohammed,
that's the danger.
He struck the full boundaries in the innings. The main man out there, Nicholas he's at the non-striker end. I just want to give him the strike until he settles, the new batsman. He's at the non-striker end. I just want to give him the strike until he settles, the new batsman.
Cadogan, the vice captain, Shamal Cadogan. Cadogan, the vice captain,
he too gets a cricket delivery.
Yes. Just as we were talking about the bowler just slowing it up, not giving them momentum. There's all pace on there from Kumar. Just as we were talking about the bowler just slowing it up, not giving them momentum. There's all pace on there.
Again, not able to take advantage of it. That ends another successful over to Vaibhav Kumar. He has his second, and at the end of it, it's 41 for 4 now at the end of 90. He has his second, and at the end of it, it's 41 for 4 now at the end of 90.
So the main man now back on strike, Nicholas Mohammed.
41 for 4 now at the end of 90.
So the main man, even with the loss of wickets, he's gonna have to keep going here. Even with the loss of wickets, he's gonna have to keep going here.
Again, head in the air, trying to launch it, missed everything. Gonna run close to the boundary, but luckily for Trinidad and Tobago, that one missed everything. Missed everything. Gonna run close to the boundary, but did he get a touch? I didn't see the umpire's signal. Anything, so there might have been some batter onto that one.
Utilizing the edge skin.
Yep. Did he get a touch? Pay for it. See the umpire's signal. Anything, so there might have been some batter onto that one.
Utilizing the edge skin.
Yep. Here we go again with another almighty swing. So there might have been some batter onto that one.
Utilizing the edge skin.
Yep. Here we go again with another almighty swing. And really risking everything. Again, there's a chance of a run out. They may get the single now, but they decide against it as the ball was allowed to run all the way down to the man at long off. They may get the single now, but they decide against it. Were not prepared to take the single when it was actually presented to them.
He definitely wants the strike, sending him back on 2 occasions. The vice captain Cardigan
was actually presented to them.
And
driven nicely. Again, the chance of a run out, wanting to really get things moving quickly here. And Shamal Cadogan almost gifted another wicket away. Things moving quickly here.
It was straight to the man there.
Almost gifted another wicket.
Look at where the fielder is.
That's much better.
It was straight to the man there. Look at where the
fall along the ground and rotating the strike. But I think they need a couple more boundaries here now, Billy. They need to find the gaps and rotating the strike. But I think
it seems as though he's counting the balls as well. He's asking the umpire, the non-striker, how much deliveries at square leg, how much deliveries are left. The balls as well. He's asking
that's another big hit.
Umpire, the non-striker,
but just a single coming from it.
Deliveries are left. The balls as well. He's asking
that's another big hit. And that ends another interesting over. 45 for 4 now at the end of 20. That ends another interesting over.
He's definitely trying to accelerate the innings. We're not quite sure.
Now at the end of 20. That ends another interesting
over. He's definitely trying to accelerate the innings. Not quite sure how many overs are left. As soon as we get confirmation of it, we'll let you know. The manner in which they are batting, clearly it's a truncated affair. Overs are left. As soon as we get confirmation of it,
again, swiveling into the stumps, getting deep in the crease,
in which they are batting, clearly it's a truncated affair.
Helping himself to a single. Again, swiveling into the stumps, getting deep in the crease, and helping himself to a single. More opportunities for them to try to keep going. So it's a 30 over affair now. Helping himself to a single. More opportunities for them. Trinidad and Tobago really need to get a move on here. 30 over affair. There's 10 more overs remaining. 9 after this one. Trinidad and Tobago really need to get a move on here. 30 over affair. There's 10 more overs remaining. This should be a comfortable single. Again, some hesitation as to one who's going to make the signal or the call, and eventually their eyes met and they decided, yes, make the signal.
For a while there, it looked like they were going to turn back. Eventually, their eyes met and they decided, yes. Who was going to make the signal. For a while there, it looked like they were going to turn back. Eventually, their eyes. So this is a really disciplined attack by the Indians. Good variety as well. So this is a really disciplined attack by the Indians. Good variety. And again, another opportunity here, but things are happening not the way that Trinidad and Tobago would like, but they'll take them. And again, another every time, every which way they can get them. Things are happening not the way that
I
Trinidad and
suspect
Tobago would
as
like,
well, the
but
later we go into the innings, perhaps past the 25th over, we might just see those ones being forced into twos. As well, the later we go into the innings, perhaps past the opportunity to come back for a second there, but not taken. Those ones being forced into twos.
Another big one, but there's some movement there. A very, very good catch. Good running effort here. Mohammed has to go for now for 22, but a very good catch there by Vivek. See, he was running around now for 22, but a very good catch there by Vivek. See, he was running around.
He was waving away everybody else. The guy from extra cover was running in as well as the long off. He was waving them away, indicating that the catch was going to be his, and in the end, coming around from cover, he took that quite comfortably in the end. The catch was going to be his. Enjoyed the celebration a bit as well.
Well, it's Vivek Kumar who took the catch, and the man who's bowling is the other Kumar, is Vaibhav Kumar. And the man who's bowling,
yes, because I'm very sure Vivek wants to be credited with his celebration as well. But it means that the fifth wicket now has gone down, and the man who was doing the scoring for the innings, 22 runs to Nicholas Mohammed, and he's gone now. He scored that off of 34 deliveries. So he was really starting to get going, even though some of the shots were off the inside edge, outside edge, back onto pad. It meant that the runs were coming, and as we say that, the rains are starting to come again. It seems as though we're going to try to play through some of it.
Yeah, I think the umpires are probably going to let it go for a little bit, but if it's going to fall too heavily to impact the wicket, I think they're going to have no choice but to go off. The ground staff is at the ready, as usual. I think they're going to have no choice but to go off. The batsman is thrown off a little bit by the weather, I suppose. A little bit of rain falling around him. The batsman is thrown off a little bit by the weather, I suppose.
Short pulled in the air over extra cover. Mid-on is coming in and takes the catch. Vivek, are we going to see that celebration again? Not on this occasion. He's laughing, enjoying having taken a couple catches there, Vivek Kumar, and the wicket falls. Not on this occasion. And the vice captain now has to go. Enjoying having taken a couple catches there, Vivek Kumar. Just 3 runs.
Yeah, just for 3 runs, but again another wicket going down here as the Trinidad and Tobago innings is really sliding, going down very, very comfortably.
Yep. Jangir, the man, getting in the wickets again.
Really sliding. Ankit Jangir proving to be a real handful here.
The man getting in the wickets again. He was a bit unlucky. Some of the runs he conceded came off of edges. And on this occasion, it was a good connection, but straight up in the air to mid-on. The irony of it, losing his wicket, the vice-captain, Carrigan. And on this occasion, it was a good connection, but straight up in the air to mid-on. So the ground staff has just moved away from the covers. Seems as though there's a bit of pause in the drizzle that was starting to come down. So we are going to continue on. Seems as though there's a bit of pause in the drizzle that was starting to come down. So we are going to continue on. Amir Budu, is it?
Yeah, that's another peachy delivery there. Just pitching and coming back in to Amir Budu. Yeah, that's another peachy delivery there. Just pitching and coming back in to Amir Budu. And he's going to go for a quick single again. He has to hurry. And what a
another near miss. The wicketkeeper, though, he was in harm's way. He was again anticipating that the ball was going to hit the stump. It was that close. It missed. And boy, it almost took his ankle. And you look at it again. Nice pickup again from Vivek. And he had the return. It would have been very close indeed. And you look at it again. Nice pickup again from Vivek. And he had the return. It would have been very close indeed. And you look at it again. Nice pickup. And at this stage, I don't know if they could afford the luxury of too many dot balls being bowled. They have to figure out ways to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So that's another single. Jason Jokhan is on 1.
So they ran 2 and the umpire now signaling 1.
One shot.
To put salt into the wounds of the Trinidad and Tobago batting card. So all the effort to turn 1 into 2 off of the misfield, negated by the umpire's signal.
So 50 on the board, 50 for 6.
The umpire's signal.
So 50.
So as well, the bowlers, with it being a 30-over affair, not quite sure if they are going to be limited to a maximum of 6 overs.
Yeah, because if you cut in that many overs, all bowlers are going to have to suffer. Again, a chance at another run out. Trinidad and Tobago has to be careful here. You don't want to just be gifting wickets away via the run out route.
Jahangir has bowled 5 overs.
Via the run out route.
Jahangir has bowled 5 overs.
It's pulled him, going right across it again. We've seen this shot before, haven't we? And he certainly had put his head in the air, missed everything. We've seen this shot before. Really trying to maybe see if there was a chance that he would survive, but that was not to be. So Amir Budu has to go for 1. Maybe see if there was
a interesting. I don't think he was sure that he was bowled, and the non-striker Jokan was just telling him. He wasn't telling him; he was motioning him for him to fold. You could leave that you was bowled. He was unsure of how he was, if he was dismissed or not, but he was in fact bowled.
Motioning him for him to fold. You could
It
leave.
means now that the 6th wicket is down, with the score on 50, 50 coming up. At the end of the last over, and Vibra with the score has another wicket.
Yeah, he's come on and been really slicing through the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup.
Has another wicket. He is also in his 5th over.
Slicing through the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup.
Has another wicket. He is also in his
So
5th over.
Trinidad and Tobago needs somebody to stand up here and, as I say, put his hand up and carry the batting for them. So Trinidad and Tobago needs somebody to stand up here and, as I say, put his hand up and carry the batting. Find somebody. Somebody has to figure out something here, some opportunity to put some runs on the board here. They need runs in the worst way. Figure out something. Trinidad and Tobago. To put some runs on the board here. They need runs in the worst way. Figure out something.
So he take his guard left-handed.
Left-handed and he's put in a right-handed stance.
This is because the entire field had to change over. So
and he got one run right through as well. And he's out LBW. He didn't have a chance there. He was playing back. And the ball very low. To be fair to him, Christopher Gomansing, and very low, struck low down, but plumb in front. Christopher Gomansing.
Well, it has to be said. Would that have happened if he batted left-handed? So just a little bit of sportsmanship from the young man. Taking guard left-handed, then the field settled for the left-hand batter. And then facing up to the first ball right-handed, the field had to change over. And then he's playing off of the back foot, struck right in front on the right pad. And he now has to go for no score.
So this is back-to-back wickets here. So he's done a hat-trick now. So this could be very interesting, the first hat-trick in this series. So he's done a hat-trick now. So Vaibhav Kumar doing the damage here in this series.
We just
so Vaibhav Kumar
look at this again.
Here in this series.
Pitching in line, hitting the back leg, hurrying onto the bat. That would have cannoned into the off stump. Pitching in line, hitting the back leg. Vaibhav Kumar, he would be very excited with his first encounter here at the Queen's Park Oval, picking up a few wickets as the captain Virendra Singh calls all the fielders back inside of the ring for the new batter. As the captain Virendra Singh calls all the fielders back inside
just
of
kept
the ring,
out, and they will get a single as well. So he's going to go back for the second one. He's going to have to hurry. This could be close. And again, he's out, run out. And really, he never looked like he wanted that single. The call came, or the signal came for him. And, well, this is double jeopardy because he was run out. And I think the umpire did send a signal in one short. So they got no run, and he got run out. He was run out.
So for the second time, the umpire signaling a one short. Jason Joker not grounding properly. And he jogged through for the first run. It was clear that 2 runs would have been on with the ball racing past the 30-yard circle with all the fielders having been brought inside for the new batter. And deciding very late to come for the second run, almost after the fact. The throw was already on the way, and he's miles short of his ground risking.
Yep, but this is Joel Lord, is it? Yep. So Joel Lord run out. He's now touching down. The bail's already removed. Good work again behind the stumps here from the very skillful Ashraf, Omar Ashraf. But more importantly is they never completed a run. Ashraf, Omar Ashraf, because he was short. He was short.
I did not go on.
He probably would have. I would imagine he would have eventually made his way into the crease. But he probably dipped the bat, never really got it over the line, went back when he saw the call to go back for the second run, and he just took off. Would you believe it? He failed to make it.
Well, we've seen a number of run-out opportunities, 2 of them being executed. And our friend Mr. Glenn Dawson will have a lot more work to do. The running between the wickets of the Trinidad and Tobago team. This looks like we'll have a lot more work to do. Nyron Noel running between the wickets of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Out to the middle.
Yep.
This looks like we'll have a lot more work to do.
The last man.
Between the wickets of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Out to the middle.
Yep. So this innings has really subsided since we came back out after the interval, and things have gone drastically. Now look at it. All the players are close to the wicket. It's almost as if they are attacking here, looking for a wicket. All the players are close to the wicket.
I was wondering as well, yes, Nyron Noel saw him when he received his kit a couple of days ago. Got an extra award from the Vindra Maharaj. He has an additional disability to his left hand, and you can see there he's batting with one hand on the bat. From the Vindra Maharaj.
And yeah, he removes the hand to get it out of harm's way, and then just blocks with the right hand. He did that a little bit awkwardly because it's spooned up in the air, but he survives. And drifted for 9 now at the end of 23.
So after the first 10 overs, 8 runs on the board. At 20 overs, 45 runs on the board, and they just had the 4 wickets down. And for an addition of 5 runs, they've lost 5 wickets.
They've lost 3 with the score on 50.
The 4 wickets down. And
It's 50 for 7, 50 for 8, now 50 for 9. And the last pair at the crease for TNT, 50 for 7, 50 for 8, now 50 for 9. And the last pair at the crease. Brilliantly driven, but he wants a single, and it's not there. He has to change that plan very, very quickly. It's brilliantly driven, but he wants a single, and it's not there. He has to change that plan very, very, very quiet. And play on a miss. There's a stifled appeal for a quarter at the wicket. It's been very quiet.
I'm very sure if he does beat the infield, he'll want to come back for a second. This time he has to ensure that he grounds his bat.
And he's again going right across a full-length delivery. How did that miss? Again, Lord alone knows, but very close indeed. Not for the first time. Full-length delivery. How did that miss? Again, Lord alone knows, but very close. Again, still appealing, and the batsman goes wandering out of his crease. Almost got run out. The appeal went up. The wicketkeeper went scampering after the ball and smartly underarmed it at the wickets, but he missed. The wicketkeeper went scampering after the ball. There's another big attempt here. A little bit of turn there, and it's probably the turn that took it away from the stumps. There's another big attempt here. Despite the fact that Trinidad and Tobago has quite a few overs left, 6 after this one. It just seems as if that is not on the cards. They just want to swing the bat to get as many runs as they possibly can. But I would imagine with 6 overs left, you want to at least manipulate proceedings here. But I would imagine with 6 overs left, 50 for 9 it remains. Manipulate proceedings here.
So Kuldeep Singh being brought back into the attack, trying to prize that wicket out. And Jahangir finishing 5 overs for him. Kuldeep Singh being brought back into the attack, trying to prize that wicket out. And
so Vaibhav Kumar continues. He has 3 wickets already. So he's enjoying a good purple patch here, taking wickets and not conceding too many runs. And that's a beauty again, and that bowled him right through. It beat the outside edge, and he will have to go in Nyril Noel for no score. Jokan remains 1 not out, and he will have to go in Nyril Noel.
Very disappointing innings in the end for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They would have been disappointed with the rain intervals. They started off very slowly indeed, but they tried to defend their wickets, keep their wickets intact, perhaps trying to think in terms of the long haul of 50 overs. But with the rain interruption at around 10:30, 11 overs into the innings, and the mode changed. The game was truncated to a 45-over affair, and we had to go off the field yet again at 11:30 or thereabouts, and resuming after the game was truncated to 30 overs, and we saw a different approach from the 2 batters out there, particularly Nicholas Mohammed, who was top scorer of the innings with 24 runs, and along with his top score and those runs came the fall of a lot of wickets, and in the end, when he was gone, the Trinidad team folded quite quickly in the end.
Yeah, it hasn't been a polished display from the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. They, as you mentioned, they're running between the wickets has probably been their biggest bugbear, but they also played some injudicious shots. The shot selection hasn't been the best, and as a result, they've paid a heavy price for it. But as we say in cricket is a strange old game, but you never know. But I get the impression this Indian team is a well-oiled machine. Unlike the Trinidad and Tobago team, they have been playing quite a bit together, and they've actually pushed some rather talented teams in their warm-up games. So I'm sure they're coming here buoyed and energized, hoping to do something. But the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, if they can line them up, who knows? As I said, cricket is a funny little game.
just when you think everything is in your favor, line them up. Who knows? You go out and you realize that it's not. So that is the situation at the moment. The Trinidad and Tobago team put into bat and bowled out for 50 in a 30 overs affair aside. And Trinidad and Tobago just one run or one ball, well, 24.1 overs. So they had a good 5 overs and to work with six and five deliveries. But it wasn't to be for them, and this is probably where their challenge is at the moment. Not enough runs.
Well, as you said, it might be very interesting indeed with just 50 runs on the board, and there is a lot of weather around. So if we do get another spell of rain and have a further truncation of the game, it might just reduce the number of overs that they have to make, whatever reduced total there might be, and make it a little more difficult perhaps. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll get to them when we come back, as the news is that India will need 51 for a victory, and well, Trinidad and Tobago, they need 10 wickets. Who will do what is in their best interest? We'll find out when we come back. 10 wickets. Who will do what is in their best interest? We'll find out when we come back. 10 wickets. Who will do what is in their best interest? We'll find out when we come back. 10 wickets. Who will do what is in their best interest? We'll find out when we come back.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, where we're getting ready for the start of the India innings. And they have a straightforward target of 51. That's after they bowled out Trinidad and Tobago for 50. And in what? They have 24 overs and one ball. That's after they bowled out Trinidad and Tobago for 50. And no doubt put themselves in a very, very strong position here to open their tour of Trinidad and Tobago with a victory. Very strong position here to open their so they need just 51 to win, and that in itself is something that I'm sure they would be looking at with some kind of relish, thinking that they could knock these off as quickly as possible. As quickly as possible. It's not going to be an easy task for Trinidad and Tobago. They're going to have to bowl with an amazing amount of discipline and more importantly, penetration. Akash Singh is the opening batsman. One of four Singhs on the team. We have Virinder Singh, Abhishek Singh, Kuldeep Singh. The first ball just misses out there. The first ball just misses out there. So Trinidad and Tobago really, they have to, as I say, pull the choke here and try to see if they can't prize out a few quick wickets. Amer Bodu.
The main wicket taker as well in the innings, Vivek Kumar, 6 wickets for 11 runs in 5.1 overs. Excellent effort from the spin. Excellent effort from the spin.
And there's a big hit, and really going for the fences there, missing everything there, Akash Singh. Missing everything there, Akash Singh. Had he hit that, he probably would have hit it down in the Hazley Crawford Stadium.
Left arm over the wicket.
And a wide delivery signaled by the umpire. And that's the young man Amer Bodu trying his best to keep it away from the blade of Akash Singh and his opening partner shadowing at the other end, trying to get loose. Sai Singh, Sai Akash rather. That's a good delivery and nicely fielded. So Trinidad and Tobago, I'm sure, would want to make up for whatever deficiencies they showed with the bat by maybe effecting a few runouts in the field as well, just to keep the Indian team honest.
Best chance they have of trying to get close to a victory is by taking wickets.
And that's good. You're going to have to hurry, and it's taken a little too long. The ball to get to him, and then to try to attack it. But he didn't either. He just waited for it to come at him. So one run on the board. Well, two, one wide and one single. That's a good delivery, but again, nicely pushed up there for Sai Akash to get off the mark himself. So both batsmen on one now.
Knocking it down there, the captain at cover. There is a deep cover sweeping on the boundary. There is no slip for the left arm bowling of Bodu.
Again, taking the pace off the ball. Giving them ample time to complete
Another easy single. Time to complete. Another easy single. Time to complete. Another easy single. Time to complete. Another easy.
Very powerful throw coming in from the man at point. Over the pad of the wicketkeeper onto the stump. Doing him no favors, the wicketkeeper, Carrigan. Doing him no favors, the wicketkeeper, Carrigan. Doing him no favors, the wicketkeeper, Carrigan.
Yes, an opportunity for him to really help his team here. Yes, an opportunity for him to really help his team here. Driven beautifully back past the bowler. That's going to run down the hill. It's a little bit heavy, the outfield, so they're not able to get full value for their shots here, but quickly back for the other run. Quickly back for what a sweet shot. Just stroked it. Didn't try to hit it too hard. What a sweet shot. Just stroked it. Didn't try to hit it too hard. That will complete the end of the second over. 7 without loss. The end of the second.
So the two batters looking quite accomplished out there in the middle. Just working the ball in the area of point to rotate the strike. A good looking drive down the ground. And the total on to 7 and a good start for them. But Trinidad and Tobago, they're going to have to try and create something here. We've not seen them employ the slip for the left arm medium piece. Budu. And I thought with the first over, the conditions that we do have, you might have wanted to start with a first slip at the least. It was not to be, and quite frankly, the two batsmen look quite comfortable against the pace of Amir Budu.
So this is where they're going to try to get something here now. Joel Lord. Get something here now. Joel Lord. If he could pick up a couple of quick wickets for TNT, who knows? Pick up a couple of quick wickets for TNT. But he's up against Akash Singh, who looks very accomplished. Short ball hit in the air. This could be a wicket here. The catch not taken, but a good running effort there. The ball just kept dying on him, and he wasn't able to get under it. He might have gotten his hand to it, but he just couldn't really get under it the way he wanted to, so he could take it. By the time it hit his hand, it was down to his laces. That is always going to be difficult for him. What a start that would have been.
There's man Murray out there charging in. The captain Adam was at mid-wicket, was also coming in to try and take the catch. Murray got to it first, was not to be.
And that's a good shot. That's gone all the way a maximum. The first of the game hit beautifully out to the ground for 6 runs.
And he just picked it up. It was short and quite comfortably straight. There's a man out there at deep mid-wicket, but such was the contact and the timing. He just whacked it over his head at deep mid-wicket into the open area in the car park for 6 runs.
So they made their intentions very clear. They're going to try to knock these runs off as quickly as possible. They're not going to mess around at all, given the dark clouds and rain clouds about the ground. Dark clouds and rain clouds about the ground. Time to get a move on, and there's a delivery. This is going to be a no ball for height. Yes, it is. So a free hit. Yes, it is. Just to compound matters for Trinidad and Tobago.
And I've looked at some of the footage from Devendra Maharaj. He has been following the team, posting the team, helping manage the team as well in their indoor sessions. And these two fast bowlers are some of their main strike weapons, and they would really need them to fire. The umpire indicating via some sign language there of his own, the umpire, that he has to keep it below the waist.
That's another big hit. That too could travel. That's another big hit. That too could travel. And another maximum. Well,
that's a massive hit. The first one, he timed to perfection over mid-wicket. This one picked up a full pitch delivery and whacked it over the head in the direction of the cameraman. And that went a good 15 yards behind the boundary. Into the CL Financial stand.
So the umpire had a look at the ball.
sure the batsman did too. And that's another no ball. That one was pitched on the other playing surface. So that's another no ball. Plus they ran 1 run as a result. So things are really unraveling here for Trinidad and Tobago. Joel Lord probably saying, Lord have mercy. And not able to really line it up the way he would love to. Like I said, because they haven't played too many matches, too much cricket, enough cricket in terms of actual games. That to me is you could see it just in some of the things that they're doing and the way that they're doing it. There's another great shot. That's 4 runs. He was down on bended knees like boys to men, and he cracked that through extra cover for 4.
Well, it seems as though if it is boys bowling to men here, because in this over so far, it's taken the total to 27 runs, past the half of the amount of runs required for victory, and we're only in the second over. Clearing that front leg and hammering it past extra cover, and a number of field changes taking place now. Deep extra cover out under the boundary, and one at deep mid wicket. The two fielders out in the power play.
And that's another short ball, but he gets away with that one. But they've got a bye, so one more to the kitty. 6 at the 28 now. To the kitty. 6 at the 28.
He was fortunate with another short ball. They're not quite getting up at all. And clearing the front leg.
Now this is dangerous time here for TNT. Now, why was that not signaled as a wide? But the umpire was very lenient there. So the over finally comes to an end, and they end up with 28 without
perhaps just brushing the pad of the umpire, just taking a bit of pity on Lord there. That final delivery of the over. And 28 runs on the board, and barring another over like that,
might have just brushed the pad on the way through.
So it is going to be Boodoo conceding 7 runs in his first over. He's going to try to pull this back somewhat. Just 51 runs needed for victory. There is a deep mid wicket and a deep cover on the boundary. The two fielders out in the power play.
I would imagine the question is, how long will it take India to get the required runs? And another comfortable single taken.
Good stop there at short third man, Jason Jokan.
That is proven to be a pretty busy area just behind the pointy region on the offside. Number of deliveries you see end up in that general area. This one is hit lovely over the head of the middle off, down to the long off, over long off for 6 runs. He slapped it, literally.
Well, that's his third 6 of the innings. 3 6s and 1 4, Sai Akash. And he's really taking a toll on the bowlers here. And Akash Singh has been working the ball to backward point in the first over as well as the second over of Bodu, just to give strike to the man Sai Akash to see what he can do. And he is really almost single-handedly taking this game away from the Trinidad and Tobago team.
The ball has been retrieved. And here we go again. Remember, the target is 51. It's 35 without loss. And no, you didn't hear me incorrectly. It is 51 is the victory target. Trinidad and Tobago bowled out for 50. And no, you're not hard of hearing. Driving at one outside that off stump there and really looking to. Gosh, you could see him admonishing himself there, Sayakash. Missed out on something big here.
Yeah, because he's taken note that the deep cover has moved to long off. And he had the width there. Had he just worked it past the man Murray at cover, he could have gone to the boundary for four on the cover boundary.
They're going to go for a single. This would have been a great opportunity to try to effect a run out. But would you believe they're able to go back for a second run? And when one, actually a run out looked on the cards, that's when Joel Lord was attacking the ball, but he missed it completely and ended up getting too comfortably.
Yeah, Lord, not really on top of his game so far.
And that too is going to be signaled as a wide. So just tough baptism here for Trinidad and Tobago.
38 for no loss. 2 balls to come. You just want to try and bowl that ball just short of a length on the off stump line.
Driven not where he intended it to go, but they all count. And that will make it 39 now without loss. So they just at reach out and touch me distance, they need 12 more. And again, this time throwing at the non-strikers end, but the pair at the crease are well in tune. They seem to know exactly what they want to do, and they're finding ways to score runs. It's the end of the over 40 without loss now.
And on another occasion there, you see Akash Singh just dabbing it to Jokan at short third man. He's been working that area between backward point and short third man there for singles. That one went on the bounce, one bounce straight to Jokan. They almost walked the single as the non-striker Akash was ambling down to the wicketkeeper's end, and there was an opportunity for a run out at the non-striker's end. Had the throw come in a bit more quickly to try and hustle Singh Dong at that end, who was almost walking through for that single.
Yeah, they seem to know exactly what they want to do. It's like they've measured the opposition and they say, well, we could take a few risks here. These guys' mango pelting days are over. So they can't hit the stumps from distance. As in the case of a Jonty Rhodes or somebody like that.
We need a guy like the arm of Kishon Walcott. 40 for no loss.
And Trinidad and Tobago will try a bowling change. So Nicholas Mohammed, 2-top scored for TNT. And when you come on at this stage, you're wondering what kind of impact you could have on the game. But if you pick up a couple early wickets, then we would say your impact would have been profound. But then if he leaks runs, then that's a different story. So let's see what Mohammed has to offer.
No spin, no slip in, please. There's a ring of 4 on the offside with a deep cover. 4 on the onside. No. Dab pass, backward point. The cover comes around, but the backward point gets around and does the fielding, just piercing the gap between the backward point and a short third man. Just rotating the strike. Good timing as well so far to get it for 2.
Yeah, so they're just inching away now, 9 away from victory.
Cut it to the offside, does the feeling with his shin.
Get everything behind the ball. be a little bit painful. I don't know if that would be as painful as if they were to lose the game without even taking a wicket. And here again, you could see him really premeditating that there Singh, Akash Singh, looking to find the fences.
Well, the Captain Adam is at a very short mid-on. Had he made any connection with that in his direction, would have certainly cleared his head. He's going back now to the edge of the 30-yard circle. The umpire resets the bails. So far, we can say it's a good over.
Yes. Once you're not leaking runs, it's a pretty decent over.
There's Mohammed actually sending the captain back now, asking him to go back to long on. There is a deep mid wicket. And the wicket keeper, Carragon, the vice captain, indicating for Adams to go back to long on. The deep cover has to come in, with just two allowed out in the deep. So it's a little bit of confusion out there in the middle as to what is required and what they're asking their players to do. He's actually taking the guy from deep cover and putting him at the long on position. So there is a deep mid wicket and a long on, the two out in the deep.
So the man ran all the way from backward point to long on. Must be a specialist. And they're going to get the single again. Good running, excellent running once again. And in fact, it looked like for a minute as if Akash Singh was going to send him back. But once he gave him the clear to come ahead, it meant he had to scamper. The throw came in, not a bad effort, missed everything. Again, probably because mango not in season as yet.
Well, the guy doing the throwing her skin is Nairan Noel. You saw him come out the bat with just one hand on the bat. You saw him come out the bat with just one hand on the bat.
And lifted over the head of the middle fielder down to long off. One more.
Easy as you like, takes his total on to 20, 29, 28 with that boundary, and just casually stepping down the wicket, and there is a long on in place, showing his versatility, gets leg side of it and turns the bat inside out to place it over middle, so quite well aware of the field as well as where he needs to put the ball to find the boundary.
And that's four more. Brilliant shot. He waited on it and just cracked it. And that really, as they say, is meat and gravy.
Just wondering here, the total on the scoreboard says 51.
Yeah, so that would be victory for India at the end of the over.
The umpires are just conferring, and the Indian team is making their way to the boundary edge with their flag in hand, waving it. And you just have to confirm with that boundary. But that boundary was played to the area in deep cover where Tobias was removed from and put at long on. So the versatility of Sai Akash to manipulate the field as well. The first delivery, he was looking to tug it into the onside over the captain at mid-on, who was in close, and prompted the field change to remove the deep cover. He then went inside out over mid-off for 4, and then a spanking boundary through the covers off of the back foot for 4 off of the bowling of Nicholas Mohammed. And that shot brought the end of the innings coming to 50, the total coming to 51 inside of 5 overs, and an excellent victory here for the Indian team.
Yeah, this is precisely what my fear was, that the Indian player, is there one more run required? Well, it's I suppose the indicator that they might still have one run to get. So the scores are tied at the moment. So they probably will need one additional run. probably will need one more, one additional run. They probably need one for good measure. Let's see if they're able to sort of get their focus back.
Ryan John, the third umpire, just coming out to confirm with the two presiding umpires out there, Mr. Mohan and Mr. Frazier, that there was in fact not 51 runs on the board. Not 51 runs on the board. 8 runs coming in that over. With the two boundaries, by our score would have taken the total to 48. So seems as though we will get not just another delivery, but the start of a new over. Not just another delivery, but the start of a
51
new
without loss
over.
after 5. 51 without loss after 5. After 5 over, Trinidad and Tobago were 5 without loss. What a disparity. 5 without loss.
And it's going to be the man, is it Amir Buru, who will bowl his third over?
So this has been a dominant performance by the Indians. They bowled superbly and they batted even better. Picking up boundaries aplenty and really just timing the ball. They look like the real deal, as they say.
So almost inexplicably, there's a bowling change.
Probably feel that they need to find that Midas touch. I don't know who it is, but somebody's got to put up his hand and give them a chance. And that's gone way over square leg for 6 runs. Just for the square. And what an almighty swing. And just to make it official.
To remove any doubt, beyond the shadow of the doubt, the new bowler Murray came on. Pace, it seemed, but it was short angled into the body. And these two batsmen out there, Akash Singh and Sai Akash, they are not mixing matters at all. Akash Singh depositing that one over the head of Tobias, who made his way back out to that boundary edge in front of the Trinidad stand. It was over his head, an almighty 6. And Akash Singh getting in the business as well, dealing in boundaries now. 18 to him, 32 to Sai Akash, 5.1 deliveries, and we record it as 57. We will confirm that with the scorers, but this game is done and dusted.
Oh yes, this was finished pretty much when they dismissed Trinidad and Tobago for 50, give themselves a paltry target of just 51 runs, and they had all 30 overs in which to get them. They didn't waste any time at all, almost as if they were cognizant of the weather scenario. We already had 2 breaks in play, but they didn't take anything, they didn't put anything to chance. They just went about the business of scoring these runs and really bludgeoned their way to, we have to put it on at 56 without loss, and a solid victory for India. They have every reason to celebrate now. And that's the funny thing, when they celebrate, they don't make any sign language at all. Everybody seems to know what is going on, So, and but let's look at the comparison here. The Trinidad and Tobago team right there, they don't seem dispirited. They're celebrating, they're waving to the crowd, and they no doubt appreciating the fact that they had a decent turnout. In fact, I can tell you what, there are a number of football games and local club, even national team games, we don't get that many spectators in the stand. And look at this here, the Trinidad and Tobago team going straight into the crowd, really to try and really just salute their spectators, their supporters. India, meanwhile, I suppose, will do the same. They're celebrating the Trinidad and Tobago team also and saluting their fans. So both teams appreciative of the support that they've gotten, and they will be hoping that they'll be back on Tuesday when the first of three T20 international matches will be played. Trinidad against India in the deaf version form of the game. And what a fantastic performance from the Indians. They really sent a message to Trinidad and Tobago. You'll have to buck up here because they mean business. They didn't travel all this way to fool around. And they really put the foot down here in the most emphatic of fashions with a comprehensive victory by 10 wickets with just 5 overs and 1 ball needed to get the 56 runs on the board. So that is the situation here. Tuesday, what does Trinidad and Tobago do to improve? Have to improve in the batting, no doubt.
Well, I think the approach they had today was to try and bat for long periods and not focus too much on trying to score quickly. The advantage they're going to have going into the T20 games is because it's a truncated version of the game. And we did see when Adams and Nicholas Mohammed came back out to bat after the rain delays that they did try to get the scoring and they were middling the ball. So it was a change of mindset as well. So they may just seem to be more comfortable batting in the T20 form of the game. Remembering as well, they are new, this team coming together, haven't played that many hard ball games together, far be it 50 overs as well. Might be more familiar with the truncated version of the game, 20 overs, and those three T20 games might be a little more of their kettle of fish for the batsmen to come and try to go, and they will have 6 overs of power play as well. So what they will need to do is to ensure that their batting lineup with their aggressive batters to have one in at the first 6 overs of power play and then to stagger them down as the innings go so they don't lose too many wickets too quickly. They're going to have to work on their batting. They're going to have to try and learn to bat through those middle overs. Now that they have seen what the Indians have to offer in terms of their bowling attack and strategies. For example, we saw a lot of the spin bowlers not pushing the ball through, not giving them a lot of momentum to take into attacking shots and just flighting the ball through the air. They're having to generate all of the speed off of the bat. So they're going to have to work on that in the next session to try and figure out how to score off of those type of deliveries, how to use their feet to get to the pitch of the ball and work on their timing as well. And some of those factors would help them to try and put some more runs on the board to be more competitive as against what looks like a very strong Indian team.
Yeah, it really is look like a well-oiled machine there as well. So congratulations again to India. And of course, they set up beautifully by that splendid spell of bowling that came from Vaibhav Kumar with 6 for 11. Is bowling for India in the first innings, and then with the bat, the pair of Akash Singh and Sai Akash, 18 and 32 respectively, before they got over the line and they could celebrate a big victory here in the Caribbean. And I'm sure they'll be looking for more from Tuesday when we'll be back here at 2 o'clock for the first of the 3 T20 internationals. We hope you could join us. So on behalf of the entire team, I'm Ruskin Mark, thanking you so much for being with us. And we look forward to you joining us on Tuesday for Game 1 in the shortest format, the T20 format. It should be a lot of fun. It should be a lot of fun.